Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the third and final day of our centenary celebrations here at the Kenya School of Government. Allow me, without further ado, to welcome Dr. Anne Kang'ethe, who's the director, KSG Embu, for the prayer of the day before we get started. Thank you, Director.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Our Father and our God, we come before you this morning. We want to thank you for the gift of this day that you have given us. It is the day that you have made, and we are glad, we are rejoicing in it. Thank you for your mercies, Father. They are new every morning. Thank you for your treasury of compassion, Father. It is never exhausted. Today is the last day as we continue celebrating KSG at 100. We pray that, Father, you are going to give us all it takes, Father, to navigate through the assignments of the day. We pray for all the presenters, all the participants, that, Father, you may give us knowledge, wisdom, to navigate through this particular activity. We continue praising you and worshiping you. It is in Jesus' name that we have prayed and believed. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I now set the stage for the choir, KSG choir, to give us a song or two, and then we get started.
Cha kutumaini sina, cha kutumaini sina, yake Bwana. Ni salama, haleluya. Damu yake na sadaka daima, haleluya. Oh, damu yake na sadaka, haleluya. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama, nasimama. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama. Nikiitwa hukumuni, amani, haleluya. Oh, nikiitwa hukumuni, amani, haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama, haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama, haleluya. Nikiitwa hukumuni, amani, haleluya. Oh, nikiitwa hukumuni, amani, haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama, haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama, haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama, haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Winyangane langane kwe kwenzi wingwele siman kade. Oh, winyangane langane kwe kwenzi wingwele siman kade. Oh, wingwele, wingwele, wingwele. Oh, wingwele, wingwele, wingwele. Oh, ulimtula lemtwalo ongi sinayo wingwele siman kade. Oh, ulimtula lemtwalo ongi sinayo wingwele siman kade. Oh, wingwele, wingwele, wingwele. Oh, wingwele, wingwele, wingwele. Timo mo 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 mo, Timo mo 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 mo. Oh, Timo mo 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 mo, Timo mo 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 mo. Oh, Timo mo 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 mo, Timo mo mo. Oh, Timo mo mo, Timo mo mo, Timo mo mo. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. Oh, you lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. Oh, you are holy, you are holy, you are holy. Oh, you are holy, you are holy, you are holy. Ulibeba mzigo wangu, wastahili sifa Bwana. Oh, ulibeba mzigo wangu, wastahili sifa Bwana. Oh, stahili, stahili, stahili. Oh, stahili, stahili, stahili. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. Oh, you are holy, you are holy, you are holy. Oh, you are holy, you are holy, you are holy. Oh, you are holy, you are holy, you are holy. Oh, Timo mo, Timo mo. 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 Oh, Timo mo.
A proper round of applause, KSG Choir. Thank you very much for putting a smile on our faces. I don't know if you will be joining us later on, maybe before we take the lunch break. It will be nice to hear your wonderful voices. You have set the tone for the day. If you did not smile during that performance, you're probably going through a hard time, but the sun will make it all better. It's going to get warmer. Asanteni sana. I will now allow you to leave. We want to welcome you all. For those who have just joined us, I would like to recognize the presence of our friends from Angola. Thank you very much for making time to be with us. Our friends from Somaliland, welcome back. Our friends from South Africa who will be joining in the upcoming panel. Asanteni for making time to be with us. And this is the third and final day of our centenary celebrations here at KSG. 1 century has ended, another 100 begins. And it is one that is going to be filled with leaders who are the forefront of transforming leadership and national growth through public service. I take great pleasure to take you through this program today. I'm your host, Risian Lebai. So there are quite a number of conversations yesterday. We had the conversation on best practices across the different schools of governance in Africa that was represented by Mr. Kagiso from Botswana. We also had Mr. Mahamoud from Somaliland. We had a representative from KSG, Mr. Andrew Rory. And we were also joined by Professor Leting, who's the CEO CASNEP, just to dissect and look at how other countries, including ourselves, are doing it, how we're able to consistently provide the training platform, both online and offline, to ensure that public servants are able to get the right skills in whatever it is they're doing. And earlier on during the day, we had a very interesting and heated conversation with Ambassador Weru, talking about clever application of the international law. And I think that is one thing that I definitely take with me, because it's don't work hard, work smart. So it brought about interesting conversations that linked Professor Wanjohi's Navigation Act of 1651 on what foundations have we built and what are we looking to grow from. If we are looking to, or we are aspiring to transform, what are we transforming from? So it is questioning the foundations upon this country, what this country has been built on, and assessing whether the measures we're putting in place to grow and advance towards developing the national wealth and global competitiveness are effective. Because at the end of the day, we want to live here with that one applicable thing you're going to do. And I remember talking about we are the endpoint. You're the connect between all that has been discussed here, all the wealth of information, because we've had professors, we have had doctors, we have had ambassadors, we have had members of the diplomatic corps, the private sector who have supported KSG, thanks to people like Chandaria Foundation, and so many others who have shared their insights, shared their health and their wealth. So we want to live here with that one person that is going to apply it. And you are the connect. You are the person that is going to decide in my whichever small way, this is how I'm going to apply all the lessons of today. And so for those who missed yesterday's session, I would like to draw your attention to the screen for a quick highlight on the conversations that happened as we set the stage for today's session that will be moderated by Mr. Geoffrey Rono and his panel of experts. It seems like a lot of conversations are edging on us being competitive in the space of exporting, whether it is services, whether it is products.
You concentrate on manufacturing and services. That is the way to grow. Know your customer. Who are you selling to? What are you selling? And are you aware of the environment in which you are doing business?
People in Africa cannot utilize their raw materials for manufacturing. They must export them so that manufacturing is done in developed countries, and then those goods are exported back to Africa. So Africa is a market.
Maybe what have other countries done to be able to navigate through that path?
Transformation now requires strategic foresight, adaptive institutions, and policy agility.
We must look at what we need in the future, not what we need today.
I also, on a personal note, returned to KSG, proud student, as a proud public servant who has benefited from this great institution.
A round of applause for an eventful day. All right, without further ado, allow me to welcome on stage Mr. Geoffrey Rono, who is going to take us through a session on resource mobilization strategy to build national wealth and global competitiveness. He will be joined on this panel by Professor Nick Wanjohi, who's a professor of political economy. And later on, as soon as he gets here, we'll be joined by Dr. Jaswinda Bedi, who's a chairperson, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And we will also be joined by one of our friends from South Africa, Ms. Findile Mkwanazi, who's the acting principal and director general, National School of Government, South Africa. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join us on stage. We also have an additional panelist, Mr. Kuresha Abdullahi, Miss Kuresha Abdullahi, my bad, and thank you for representing more ladies on this panel. We actually need to see more ladies. We have not seen a panel of all ladies. Probably next time we will have a panel of all ladies. Welcome, Miss Kuresha Abdullahi. Our friend from Hillary, yes. Please join us on stage. Oh, we have actually achieved the 2/3 gender rule. We are even beyond, so it's a good thing. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the ladies on this panel. We've done well. Oh, this one is 3/3. It's definitely not 2/3. Thank you very much. Mr. Rono, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Reisan, or Leisan? Reisian. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You know, sometimes we have a problem when we are standing here and you pass a message to the ladies and the gentlemen don't respond, and the ladies don't respond. So the best way of doing it is to say men and women. Good morning. That one is better. Actually, my professor told me that the difference between a man and a gentleman is so thin that's not visible to the naked eye. It's just like the difference between a woman and a lady. But I know in the house we have a good number of ladies and a good number of gentlemen, right? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Geoffrey Rono Kiplangat. That is how it appears in my ID. Though some people prefer calling me Jeff Rono. I'm a director in the Executive Office of the President, Director Monitoring and Evaluation, in the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. Having introduced myself, distinguished guests, it's my singular opportunity to welcome you to this important conversation on one of the defining questions facing developing and emerging economies today. And the big question we're going to handle this morning is not really what we did in day one, what we did on day two. Ours is just to look for a solution to the problem. I know we had said that it was KSG at 100. The next phase is going to be KSG in the next 100. And the big question which we're asking ourselves is, how do we mobilize resources to accelerate national development while remaining globally competitive? Now, basically for each and every other country, there are some basic expectations from any government. Key amongst them is the quality infrastructure, healthcare, education, security, digital transformation, climate resilience, and employment opportunities. Now, we're supposed to do this with limited resources. And when we have limited resources, you'll find that the kind of the service which is being delivered to the citizens are kind of limited. On the contrary, there is a new thing which is called PPP, that is the public-private partnerships, which has become indispensable in the current scenario. Now, I got a good number of panelists. I know that some names are a little bit difficult to remember, but there is one name I'll never forget. That is the name I had yesterday. I think it was Kemoing. Because in my community we have a name Kamoing. So when I looked at my brother from Botswana, I knew that there are some things we can never forget. Our discussion this morning is, we're going to ask ourselves, how can governments mobilize domestic and international resources more effectively What distinguishes successful public-private partnerships from those that fail? How do we build a policy and regulatory environment that inspires investor confidence while protecting the public interest? What lessons can Kenya draw from successful PPP models around the world? And ultimately, how do we ensure that these partnerships generate inclusive growth and lasting national wealth? This morning I'm distinguished. I think I had two distinguished guests, that is Professor Nick Wanjohi and Dr. Jaswinda Bedi. Dr. Jaswinda Bedi, I think, is still on his way. But right here, I have Dr. Nick Wanjohi, not doctor, but Professor Nick Wanjohi. Professor Nick Wanjohi is a PhD holder, he's a CBS holder, he's a professor of political economy, and he's a distinguished Kenyan political scientist, political economist, an academia, public administrator, and he's played a significant role in higher education, public policy, and government. His educational background is a triple graduate of the Nairobi University. He holds a bachelor's education, Master of Arts, and PhD in government political science from the University of Nairobi. His academic specialization is in political economy, governance, industrialization, and technology transfer. He's been and is a senior lecturer, associate professor, and later a professor in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration at the University of Nairobi. Chairman of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, it was 1993 to 1999. Vice Chancellor of the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology from 2003 to 2008, where he championed research, innovation, university expansion, and stronger industry-university linkages. In his government service, Professor Wanjohi has served in senior government positions over a period of time. He was a managing director, he was advisor and close political confidant to one of our former presidents. He'd been comptroller of State House, and in his research area, he's done a lot in the areas of political economy, industrialization, and manufacturing. I think I mentioned that. National honors, Chief of Order of the Burning Spear. Now, the current engagements, he's a professor of political economy, public lecturer on industrialization, governance, ethics, and economic transformation. He's also an advisor. Now, I remember what somebody mentioned this morning in regard to professor. And for those of us who were with us yesterday, we will never forget 1651. I know some gentlemen who live along Langata Road remembers 1824. Right? 1820? So kindly let's remember also 1651, where we have the Navigation Acts. And I believe that this morning when he's going to give his presentation, he'll not forget to do that. I have a good number of other panelists and they have been introduced. We were expecting an extra panelist from Angola. I don't know, is she in the house? Wow, okay. Wandera, thank you. So allow me, without taking so much of your time, to give this opportunity to Professor. And we've had some personal engagements there. And I think he is qualifying, he is getting another student this morning. Makofi kwake. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi tafadhali. Now, Prof, with due respect, you want to come to the podium or you'll feel comfortable presenting from there? Here only. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. I hope all of them can hear me. Am I audible? You know, it's very important for Professor to be audible so that he can communicate. It is indeed great pleasure and honor to be here again to discuss a matter of national and continental importance, especially one on resource mobilization. And the purpose of resource mobilization is to enable national wealth creation. That is why resource mobilization is important. And then, once there is effective national wealth creation, then people or nations and communities can then join global competitiveness. In that order, creation and accumulation of national wealth takes place when a country or a country's leadership and all community leaders organize and coordinate their populations to fully and continuously engage, not once, but continuously engage in one, production, extraction of large volumes of various types of raw materials. When a country does not do that, it should not even be talking about development at all. Then, conversion of such raw materials into finished goods to satisfy the needs of their populations, so that no member of a nation should receive any donation or any food or anything from outside that nation, no matter what kind of nation it is. And then to engage in manufacturing large volume of finished goods for the market. You don't manufacture one item. That is not manufacturing. Manufacturing always means converting large volume of raw materials into finished goods which are of high quality and which are durable for the market. Such a role cannot be done by foreigners, and it has never been done by foreigners. I know in Africa people believe foreigners will come and develop you. That will never happen. And if they come and develop your country, they will take it over. The way they did in America, the way they did in Australia, in New Zealand, in Canada, they took over. And then the original people are always second or third or fourth citizens. I don't know what level you want to be. Do you want to be third or fourth or fifth? If you want to be the owners of your nation and to ensure you benefit from your nation, you only bring foreigners when there is trade. And you do so when you are engaging in global competitiveness. And that only happens when you have engaged in manufacturing of large volume of your raw materials, converting them into finished goods, some of which are used by your own people, but a large volume of which goes to the market. Then you are recognized as a contributor or participants in the global market. That is how pre-colonial African countries and communities organized, or that is how and why African countries organized education of their populations, to make sure that they know or they knew about the natural resources, all natural resources. Natural resources around them. Mountains, rivers, plants, animals, sun, wood, stars, moon, stars, and their uses in satisfying human needs. Their uses, because these are natural resources. Then community leaders coordinated and directed their families and their members to undergo such education and to engage in extraction and preparation into products to satisfy the needs of the population. That's why in Africa, especially before colonization, there wasn't one hungry family. There wasn't. That's how it was organized. If people were able to organize that way in the 17th and 18th century, how come today you are receiving food from abroad? How come you are receiving medicine and you used to make your own medicine? How come you are receiving tools? You are calling them equipment and you used to make your equipment. What went wrong? This process continued in all African countries and societies in spite of having trade, in which some of the African populations were captured by foreigners and neighbors, handed over to foreigners for sale to for sale to America and other parts of the world. For sale, not to Africa, but to America and to other parts of the world. That's when the problem started hitting Africa, which was on the right developmental trajectory. I'm sure you know that Africa, especially in Ethiopia, were the first people to invent fire and to use that fire to make iron and copper tools 2 million years ago. The rest of the world adopted that system of fire making and smelting iron and copper and making copper tools and iron tools from Africa. That's when the Middle East copied, and then Europe copied, and then the Asian copied. They all copied from Africa. That time there was no intellectual property rights. But today Africa is being told, don't copy anything. But they copied from you. Is that justice? During the time of slave trade, in 1651, British Navigation Act was passed, as I said yesterday. And it affected all countries that Britain and other European countries hoped to colonize sometime. This act provided that populations in overseas territories of their interests were, 1, forbidden to make tools. And not only that, they were forbidden to make tools, and they were forced to abandon, forget, hate, and fear tool making. Isn't that what all of you are undergoing even today? Even making a toothpick to clean your teeth, you fear. You fear. You are told never. You used to make a lot of medicine for nearly half of the plants of Africa are used for medical purposes by foreigners, but they will not allow you to make that medicine even today. You are not allowed to make the medicine, are you, today? Then they were forbidden to make goods for the market, such as medicine. Clothes, you used to make all your clothes. Today, do you have one person in this room who is wearing clothes made in Kenya or in Africa? By an African. There could be some made by foreigners, but not by an African. How come we are using this mic and all the material for making this mic and everything else are here? How? Because we are forbidden to make goods for the market up to now. Then they were forbidden to engage in mining activities. I hope the people from mining are here. And that's why Mining Act originates from Navigation Act. And that's what we are enforcing today, rigidly. I know we have introduced artisanal mining, but after the artisan has mined, he or she must transfer that mineral or product to a foreigner. He or she cannot use it to make anything for the market. It can't. Then they were forbidden to produce raw materials for making goods of their own use, for their own use. In addition, such territories were henceforth to be a market for British manufactured goods and British and other European countries manufactured goods, and they were forbidden to extending any goods for export through any other means except through British ships. That's why it is known as Navigation Act, because everything had to be done through the British ships, even carrying. Even today, if you get a car or even any other product coming to you, you must indicate which ship brought it. 1 minute. If you don't indicate, you will not be allowed to use it in Kenya. You must indicate which ship brought it. In other words, because you are not supposed to be making anything, even medicine, which ship brought it? Because you are not supposed to be, in fact, making anything. When you find yourself in such a situation, it can become very difficult. But African communities were not affected as much by this act until after the British colonies in America fought and got their independence. with the American independence, British found itself or found it necessary to stop trans-African trade. It was not stopped because it was inhuman. No. Are we together? It was, I know many people listen to preaching that it was stopped because it was inhuman. No. It was stopped so that slaves stop going to America and the slaves start being utilized by colonialists in Africa. In Africa. And that's why the same principles which are applied in America were to apply in Africa. And that is how Africa came to be formally colonized and shared among European countries, and all of which applied the same Navigation Act policies in their territories. The only thing is that the British pretended to repeal the Navigation Act in 1849. They pretended. But in fact, they strengthened this act even further and applied it more rigidly in Africa. And that's how Africa was pulled backward. In fact, the British feared if we leave Africa, they will be more developed, than us within a few years. So they had to be told, stop, stop, stop. And in Kenya, if you check in your areas, especially after 1900, in fact, from 1890, very many Africans were shot, especially those who are trying to make things, to make tools, spears, djembes, and others. They were shot down. And all those who were mining were shot down so that they stop all this. And all this, involved transferring Navigation Act laws, rules, and structured to be implemented by the colonial governments in Africa. And this happened until the time of independence in African countries, when these same laws, rules, and structures were transferred fully to the independence period in all the African countries. I hope we have some lawyers here. Do we? We have some lawyers? Because they would tell us about the transition clause signed at independence in the Constitution. It said all laws of the previous government, that is colonial government, became laws of independent Kenya. So what does that mean? An African cannot do mining, an African cannot make tools, an African cannot make goods for the market, an African must become a laborer, an African must, and forever, and must also become a market of imported goods. Has anything changed so far? What has changed? I know in 2010 they tried to change, but they were told no, you cannot. And therefore, in the process, they also leaders in Africa were persuaded to inherit colonial laws and systems, and to ensure that they are implemented rigidly by the colonial government. And that's why you found, especially in Kenya, I think there were 5 ministers, British ministers, former ministers in former government, in the Kenyatta government, to ensure they made sure these laws were continued. And this colonial education, and of course, what happens is that colonial education continues to dominate in all African countries. This is the point. Especially the kind of colonial education we have, a kind of education we have in all African countries is all colonial. Up to now. Up to now. And as I showed my students the other day, CBE and CBC has taken Kenya's or Africa's education back to 1925. That's where we are now. That's why you must learn how to run, how to sing, how to dance, and how to relax. Are we together? And how to relax. But never learn how to make anything. Never learn. Many students don't even know the names of rivers next to their school. They don't know the trees around them. They don't know the animals. You ask your children, where do you get the milk from? They will tell you it is from the shop or supermarket. And where do you get the orange from? From the supermarket. In other words, to them, it is there naturally. It is put there by God. Our job is to eat. Very interesting. And that's why today it is important that mobilization of both natural resources and human resources for growth of wealth of African populations in form of agricultural revolution. That's why I asked whether there are people from agriculture. Who is from agriculture? Hey, we don't have anybody from agriculture. Because unless you go through agricultural revolution, you cannot start manufacturing by Africans. Where will you get the raw materials from? Africans must produce coffee and tea and sell it to Europe. They make it and they bring it to your table. And the difference, you pay African 100 shillings. By the time it comes to your table, it is 5,000 shillings. So how much money do you gain or do you lose? You lose 4,900 shillings per kilogram of coffee. Is that global competitiveness in favor of Africa or against Africa? You can do the arithmetic. And once you don't do agricultural revolution, you can never have industrial revolution, where you start now making, improving, and multiplying tools and equipment, and especially machines. Agricultural revolution starts with making of tools for agriculture. Industrial revolution starts with making of machines for agriculture and for converting agricultural goods and other raw materials into finished goods. That is the meaning. Without that, you can never industrialize. Africa has tried to industrialize now for how many years? For 63 years, is that right? 63 years. Have we moved 1 inch? We have created even beautiful infrastructure, tarmac roads, railways, SGR, airports. Please tell me 1 kilogram which is exported through those roads or trains or airport. 1 kilogram of a product manufactured by an African in Kenya and is manufactured through those infrastructure. Which one is that? 1 kilogram. Up to now, we don't have one. And if you do not manufacture one, that's why even electricity in developed countries, 95% of electricity is spent in industry. In Kenya, we only spend 1% of electricity in industry. All the rest is spent in making our houses comfortable. Is that resource mobilization or immobilization? The same with water. 93% in developed countries of water is spent in irrigation and industry. In Africa, in fact in Kenya, we spend only about 0.5% on irrigation. Again, is that resource mobilization? Once that is done, all the roads and airports and even the ports are used for exporting raw materials and for importing finished goods to Africa. In other words, making sure Africa becomes poorer 20 times than before. I don't know whether that is the way people have wanted, but we are told when you become poorer and then you receive donations and aid and loans, then you are doing well. Unfortunately, it does not translate into reality. So, it is important that everybody, Africa converts their natural resources into goods for the wealth creation, starting with converting African human resources into human capital. And this is what you do through education. You train your people properly so that they are trained at the primary school, in the secondary school, in the universities, TVETs, and other places. They are trained by families, by villages, in tool making, in making things for the market, in harvesting and converting raw materials into goods, in enlargement of agricultural products, and so as to use these tools that they have made to convert the natural resources into high value goods to satisfy the needs of the people and to convert even more for the market. The question is, how many kilograms of sugar is made by a Kenyan in this country? How many kilograms? by an African. Well, people from sugar making areas, maybe they make a few. Where? How much of unga is made by an African? Africans grow maize, they harvest, they take them to NCPB, and then they are sold at 3,000 shillings. The people who buy them, foreigners or foreigners, they grind them into flour, and when they sell that flour from one bag of maize, comes to 12,000 shillings. What is 12,000 minus 3,000? You people know arithmetic. It's very simple, arithmetic. 9,000. So, how much? And then some of the waste is sold to cattle farmers, to pig farmers, and others. Therefore, it comes to nearly 15,000 minus 3,000. At the end of it, let us remember, and I think I have said it again in this school, development is mathematics. Development is what? Mathematics. If you don't do mathematics, please don't use the word development. Use the mathematics to claim to do development. To move forward, all African populations must be educated in a way that will enable them to identify and make full use of the natural resources around them. All the electricity you do, all the materials for making electric wires, electric equipment, everything is here, especially in Kenya. It's here. All the equipment you use for making roads and others, all the materials for making them are here. All educational materials, including paper made of bananas and other trees, other plants. How many bananas do people in Kisii shred and throw to cows? Is that resource mobilization or resource destruction? Today, it is clear that Africa is the most beloved, blessed continent in terms of large human resources and all the natural resource endowment on earth. Africa is the most blessed. And the resources, especially natural resources that you have in Africa, as you can see, you have land, of which 60% of the best agricultural land in the world is in Africa. 60%. How come we import food from Ukraine? Food. Because we spend most of our land producing coffee for export, so that we get 100 shillings as we lose 4,900 shillings. Or tea, or flowers, or cotton, and the rest. I don't know, I was told there was somebody from agriculture. I don't know whether he can tell us why we stopped producing or farming cotton, so that we now become importers of all types of clothes and the rest. Then you have forests, you have deserts with huge mineral, oil, gas, and water resources underneath, a desert with rich mineral, oil, and water resources. And you also have many varieties of forest and agricultural plants, many varieties of livestock and fish and birds, and many varieties of wild animals, animal resources. Water resources are enormous. Which ones? Rivers, lakes, oceans, underground water, and aquifers. And do you know many people don't consider rivers to be resources? And that is why when it rains in northeastern, rains heavily, and they let all that water flow down up to the Indian Ocean, because to them that is known as water, not a resource. Isn't it? And then after 1 month they start crying to God, God, please give us some water. Can you send a message and ask how God responds to Peter? When we start praying, he asks Peter, who are those? Those are people from northeastern in Kenya. Oh, the ones who let all the water I gave them flow to the Indian Ocean? Yes. Funga hiyo dirisha. It's a very interesting thing. And that's why I keep asking people, especially in Turkana and other places, even Isiolo, Northeastern, and even Wajir, especially Wajir. Do you know in Wajir you cannot bury people 6 feet underneath? Because water is 5 feet below the surface. And it is an ocean. An ocean. Why is it that they also receive food donation? Because they have not made the tools for digging that water, bringing it up, using it for irrigation and for manufacturing and doing the other things. That is the thing. The same with Marsabit. The same with Marsabit. The same with Turkana. Isn't Turkana aquifer just a few feet deep? Where are people from Turkana? Marsabit is here. Oh, Marsabit, am I right? Yes. Is there one tree which is dry in Marsabit?
At the moment?
Yeah.
They are dry and also wet.
They are?
They are dry also, but also they are also green ones.
They are green ones. Yeah. How do the green ones exist if there is no water there? How? And when we ask ourselves sometimes that question, that's when we planted trees in Isiolo town. Isn't Isiolo town now like a forest? We were doing an experiment. That time I was working as director of Kanu Director of Education, Research and Development, and we led that effort. We wanted to see how much of it will be dry. None, not even one dried. And that's when we were surprised. How come? They are not dry. So, there are many other resources, both mineral and non-mineral, oil and the others, wind, sun, and sun heat and sunlight. All those are resources. As long as you have the right tool and the equipment. I'm emphasizing this so that you can see the seriousness of tool making in improving people's livelihood and also in ensuring people develop. But if you are hoping to import tools to develop, you will never develop even in another 50 million years. You will never develop. Because foreigners can only give you a few. So that you buy more. And the more you buy, the richer they become. And the richer they become, the more they realize that you are wasting time on earth. And they would want to get rid of you as quickly as possible. And then the others. These are the resources that have always been targeted by foreign countries and their investors for their own extraction and usage to grow their industrialization and global competitiveness. If they are going to use them, your resources to do that, how will you use your resources for your global competitiveness? Where will you be? You know, that's why when I saw this statement, I got very interested. How will it happen? They use these resources to make all types of industrial, agricultural, land, sea, and air transport and digital machines and equipment for all purposes, and to make medical goods and equipment, educational materials, and energy infrastructure, and many other things, including communication, such as the ones we are using now. Yet, these are the resources that African countries and their population should be using to make and manufacture the goods to enable them, or to enable Africa grow its wealth and participate effectively in global competitiveness. If we don't use these resources, Africa will have to remain permanently out of the global participation economically. And that's why if you look even at the African Continental Free Trade Area, do you have 1 kilogram manufactured by an African exported to Uganda? 1. Do you have 1? Or do you have 1 kilogram manufactured by an African exported to Tanzania? Hakuna hata moja. 1 kilogram only, my friends. And you want to be in global competitiveness now? For 60 years, you don't have this. When did this facility of the African Free Trade Area come? Is it 10 years ago? And up to now, no inter-African trade is less than 1%. And whatever they transfer to each other is actually imported first by an African, then they re-export to the neighborhood. And you say we are involved in African free trade area. How? You are just facilitating foreign export to the neighbors. So, up to now, governments and community leaders still encourage their populations to extract agricultural natural resources and export them at the lowest prices to developed countries, which make huge profits upon manufacturing them into finished goods for the market, especially in Africa. So, you are mobilizing resources, especially agricultural, but not for your global competitiveness, but to improve global competitiveness of the others. And when that happens, it means their global competitiveness against you. So, the more you do that, the more you sink into poverty. And that's why even the World Bank last year, 2 years ago, said GDP in Africa in the year 2024 was less than half what it was in 1960. Did you come across that statement? The World Bank. Of course, if it was not on the Daily Nation, I would not believe it. But now I read it. How can that be? And if you remove the foreign investment element of that GDP, the African GDP will go back to 1800. It will sink to that level. Minus, 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 minus. Up to the year 1800. I know it sounds strange, but it's the truth. Are you looking for the truth or for wishful thinking? And that is why African countries and their populations must do what Asian countries did to get out of this situation by working out new approaches to get out of the Navigation Act, based laws, policies, and structures that keeps African populations aside as spectators and consumers of poverty of the world. But at the encouragement of foreigners, many African countries and populations still claim that traditional African-made tools and other goods are dangerous and unsanitary and of poor quality, using this as a legal pretense or pretext to ban independent production of African populations by African populations for the market. And that's why you see manufacturing depressants in Africa. You can see. You have poor quality, they are known as homemade. Isn't that what you say? Meaning local, poor, and then you have home produce, meaning poor, low, and doubtful quality. Do you see? Local, low quality, domestic, traditional, outdated, outmoded, and old-styled. Is that what you say? And then, which is the other one? Native, local, primitive, and all these, indigenous, ethnic, and the rest, and then customary. Why do you want to call a microphone you have made customary? Is it customary? Make it so that it ceases to be. I'm finishing now.
Oh, I was just actually trying to see whether we still have some. Thank you.
Only that.
Great.
Yeah. So, I wanted to communicate this so that you see manufacturing is suppressed. And is suppressed especially by way of the way we receive foreign aid and foreign investments. And any time we receive those two, they are always a curse to Africa. Always. Always. Because all foreign investors, especially who manufacture in Africa, manufacture things for the African market. They don't export them. They don't. They manufacture for the African market. Except maybe when you have special economic zone and the rest export zone, and then you get all the raw materials from abroad, all the equipment from abroad, and then when you export them, especially textile, to America, what happens? Even the payment does not come to Africa. It goes to China. So you check your arithmetic. Where I hope there are people from Treasury here. I hope there are people from Treasury. Hey, if they are not here today, won't they continue the way they still do? And that is a fact. Even when you do tourism, tourists pay their expenditure for tourism at their own countries. They never bring that money here. And what planes do they use for coming here? Foreign. When they come here, what cars and trains do they use? Train, or the ones which are made by foreigners. So at the end of the day, it becomes a very serious issue. I know many people think foreign mobilization of foreign investment is going to bring us to wealth creation. It will create buildings and factories, but all profits will keep going abroad. All, without exception. And when you do that, whatever you are left with always is beautiful houses, beautiful roads, beautiful anything else. Even when you construct houses, nearly all the houses you have are most of them not houses for residence. Is there one for industry? But when you go to Europe, especially Germany and other areas, you find that in every estate, after every 5 houses, you have an industry. After 5 houses, an industry. And when there are tall buildings, you are constructing tall buildings. After every 3 floors, the 4th floor must be industrial floor. Then another 3 industrial floor. How many people have been to Tatu City? You have been there. Have you seen? After every 4 houses, what is the next? Industry. After 4 houses, the next one is industry. Tatu City. And that means it is not made by, it is not an African city. But they have done it the way they do it here. Why hasn't the African done it? Because of Navigation Act. So, developed countries and the agencies and these strategies together with use these strategies to ensure that foreign aid and investments and bilateral agreements are used to ensure that African populations will not grow manufacturing and join the journey to industrialization. This is largely because they fear that such a development will enable African countries to produce better and cheaper products for the market, and thereby pushing developed world or countries out of the market and causing mass unemployment and decline in their prosperity, in the prosperity of those countries. And this is what has happened to Germany and Japan. For example, after World War II, when the two countries were assisted and the infrastructure, with the infrastructure reconstruction, and they focused with their energies to grow their manufacturing. That's what happened. They were given foreign aid, but that foreign aid only constructed infrastructure. But as foreigners were helping construct infrastructure, the Germans and Japan population went back and revived and created new industries. They never allowed any foreigner to participate in that exercise. So as you are constructing the road, they will now come with goods they have manufactured for export and for distribution to the rest of the world. But in Kenya, you have infrastructure. All the goods used, transported through that one are imported. And those roads and the other infrastructure are for export. So we are left with nothing. This we can actually change. And that's why you find, and this is what has happened to Germany recently as a result of Chinese growth of manufacturing, whose cars are now far better and cheaper than those of Germany. That's what has happened. And that is what the whole world, developed world, is fearing. If they leave you to manufacture, you overtake them, your goods will be cheaper, and then they will have nowhere to sell their products. What will happen to them? They will be dying in poverty. And finally, the same thing is happening to US when Trump is fighting cheaper goods, importation from China through tariffs and the rest. So, Kenya and the rest of Africa should free themselves in order to start their journey to industrialization by repealing all the laws related to the objectives of the Navigation Act. In Kenya, we are estimating there are about 40 laws. 40. These are more than, I have said more than 40 laws, and this follows the provisions of and then, of course, you can also follow the provisions of devolution constitution, devolution under the Constitution of 2010, Article 174 D, E, D, F, and I. Can you write it down? Article 174 D, F, and I. Check. Those are the ones which are freeing Africans in Kenya to start manufacturing. Yet no county has ever read that one. What is happening? D says devolution is to recognize the right of communities to undertake their own economic and social development. Full stop. What does that mean? Make tools, produce raw materials, manufacture goods for the market, manufacture everything for the global market. Then, every county, that was the calculation of Kibaki, was supposed to become a developed country, not just county, a developed country in 5 years' time. And that's why you see, even the allocation of funds was not supposed to go beyond 10 years. Allocation of funds from the national government, no. It was supposed to go on for 10 years. After that, no sharing should come from national government to county governments, because county governments will be having more money than the national governments. because they will be developed counties. And once we have concluded that, you will also be able to implement the development function on agriculture. Go and look at the functions, and trade, education, and the others. And all these were intended to help every county to become a fully manufacturing developed county. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, Professor deserves a better clap than that, please. Actually, he deserves a standing ovation, but sometimes we don't request for that. If you're deeply touched, that is when you do it. Now, I know that I've been having a challenge with time, and I told you that I'm a student to Professor. I couldn't stop him, but he has taken exactly 57 minutes out of the allocated 45 minutes. For the next presenters, I know that I have about 6 presenters, and they are supposed to take 30 minutes each. So kindly let's be patient for the next 3 hours. Or alternatively, we agree that we do how many minutes? 5? 5 minutes. All right. Allow me to invite the guest from South Africa. This is a lady who's called Fendile Mkwanase. She's the acting principal director general, the National School of Government, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, she's going to be my first panelist, whom I'm going to check whether she'll actually do it within 10 minutes. Kindly let's go for her as she joins me. Karibu sana, madam.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to appreciate the opportunity to be here and apologize for not being here on the first day due to other commitment on our side, but we had committed to be here for the whole week to support you. So I'm really privileged to be here. Want to congratulate the KSG on your 100 years celebration. I think you are the longest school that's standing in Africa. So very congratulations. You remain a very strategic partner for the National School of Government in South Africa. So we've also used you when we were looking at ourselves and aligning ourselves to what we needed to do. As we went through the different phases, we would check what KSG has done and compare to that. So my focus is looking at the benchmark. What are the topic was empowering the public service of the 21st century and beyond, and the lessons learned and what we take forward. So also, we want to acknowledge that KSG has been a strategic partner for AMDIN, which is a network of schools of government within Africa. It has also held as a presidency in the past, and they've led the organization to where we are now as we continue to empower the rest of Africa through all the schools of government with information sharing as we work through that. So, on the preface of my slides, I don't have the pointer to move. We're looking at what the Chandler's Academy of Governance looks when it does a survey of schools of government, and it looks and tells us what are the shifts that we're looking at and what we ought to be doing at schools of government. So it looks at the schools of government as they call it public service training institutes, that they are uniquely placed to strengthen government performance by developing capacity and building cultures and catalytic changes. So, and they are looking at the fact that where we stand as schools of government, we need to be making sure that our public servants have got the right kind of skills, and they are universal skills. They are able to work within an interconnected ecosystem. So we're no longer just providing training, but we're also offering support to the institutions to enable them to be able to do their work as best as possible. And we do that with also collaborating with the institutions that we support, as well as with the private sector, to bring in the right kind of knowledge. So we are also looking at that it is time that we adapt and change as the time calls us to. Now, talking to what the School of Government has been doing, our mandate as the school is that we must provide education and training. We must support the institutions, make sure that they are able to develop, and we must foster collaboration. And as we look at collaboration, we extend it beyond just South Africa. We do the collaboration with our international partners as well, and as well as the private sector, depending on what we need. We are also mandated to offer qualification and part qualification, and we work within the 3 spheres of government. We've got local government, national and provincial government within South Africa, and we're also mandated to do examination. At all this, we're trying to make sure that the public servants that are there are capacitated to do their work. So as part of the changes that we've done, in the next slide, we have gradually moved from when we started, where we looked at just supplying training, and at times historically that would have been done as a standalone without consulting the actual departments that we are trying to service. Over time, we've changed this. We still do, but we are now doing that, looking at the training needs analysis. What are the research telling us about the kind of skills that the public servants need? What is needed by our citizens? What are they needed from the public service on service delivery? And we tailor-make programs that suits them. And now we also do that in collaboration, where we're working with those institutions, where we develop curriculum to suit their particular need, and we also do this linking with other training providers like universities, working with them as we do the work that we do, in making sure that at the end of the day, we've got a product that is able to serve the public service. Looking at the service delivery model that we use as the school, on the next slide, what we look at, what is our value proposition? At the core of it, we are there to serve the public, the citizens. So we have the learner, which is the public servant, that must, at the core of it, think about what the citizen needs and what the state has to provide. And looking at that, we do the diagnostics, where we look at market intelligence and data analysis to inform the kind of training that we will then offer, which will become part of what is content and knowledge management. So we manage the curriculum that we offer. We infuse the digital transformation into the work that we do, and making sure that the public servants as well are empowered to do that. I've mentioned that enablement is part of partnership and collaboration. We know that we are a small organization with over 1.2 million public servants to service. So we cannot do it alone. We work with universities, we work with private sector partners that can also assist us in doing that. But we are in charge of what gets taught to the public servants as the school. So that's how we will do that delivery of the training, looking at the different modes of delivery as well. We also look at the issues of quality management, and look at the issues of what's the outcome, what's the impact, and do studies to also support that. At the core of it, change management is features throughout, because as we do this, we're looking at what change we're making and how we're adapting as a school to also do the work. The next slide is, since establishment, this is not looking at the historical of where we come from. We are looking from 2013, when we were reconfigured as the National School of Government. We've been able to train 526,000 public servants in different programs. Because we are not a fully funded school, we have to generate our own revenue as well. We have raised about 1 billion of that. and also supporting within since 2020, we've been pushed to do more within the state-owned enterprises. We've managed to train about 40 boards in inducting them on what is expected of them as they service the public and how they're supposed to support government in the work that they're doing. We've got more than 10 global partners that we work with. Key programs that we do is the compulsory induction program. All public servants must go through the compulsory induction program that is done by the school. Ethics in the public service is also a compulsory program that they will need to do. Nyugela it's a name that says stepping up. So for anyone that desires to be a senior manager within the public service, they must do that pre-entry training. Then we have Kayedu, which is a service delivery deployment program, which we've been able to also export to other African countries to show how we bring service delivery and innovation in how we do that. And then we've got executive education as part of what we do. Now, repositioning ourselves into the 21st century, we've got these pillars that we're looking at. We're looking at making sure that we're changing. Instead of having different programs that are not aligned, we're looking at learning pathways that we'll be offering as we do this. I'll share more around that. We've also have the compulsory programs that ensures that we've got exclusive mandate there, and we deliver core programs that are assisting the government to deliver on its mandate. Looking at the issues of funding, as I said, we're not fully funded. We've been able to get the laws that says now that departments must ring-fence training budgets in order to access the training that we offer. We also working with subject matter experts and creating a database looking at academia, industry professionals, and government peers, as well as our international partners that we draw in to come and also share their international expertise with our public servants. We've also increasing more of our open distance e-learning so that we are able to reach even more and making sure that they've got even macro credentials and AI included in that. International leadership, we want to continue to be a thought leader within this space and making sure that we do research and publications and we conduct master classes. Institutional support, as I mentioned, we do this through strategic planning. So as department are planning on what they need to do, we interface with them and make sure that they are still maintaining their core mandate and they are able to deliver on that. We also offer skills audit for them and change management. We work with them as they go through those changes as well. And we measure our impact through the impact studies that we do and report back. Now, on the learning pathways, as I said, we've got 5 areas here. We've got programs which we call bespoke programs, which are customized learning programs, which are solutions for the organizations. We've now ventured, we know that you've been playing on the space longer than us on the issues of academic qualification. We're in the process of developing 3 qualifications that we'll offer, but we're very conscious of the fact that we do not want to play a lot in this space because there are already universities who do a very good job on this area. This is a supportive programs that we'll do. And we've got what we call occupational qualifications and skills. These are qualifications as well, but they are based on the job training. So there will be a lot more. This is the space where we play more on because we want public servants to have the know-how of the work that they're doing. So working with our quality council there to offer those programs. And then we've got professional learning programs, which are continuous learning programs that are and executive leadership programs that we also do, and skills programs, which are short programs which are non-credit bearing that we offer. Now, how we then offer our curriculum As I said, the 5 areas that I've mentioned, we do face-to-face training, which can be physical or virtual, which is like what we do with Teams or Zoom. We all regard that as face-to-face. We've got also micro-learning, which are shorter programs that people can do by themselves. We've got this continuous professional development, and the open distance learning is also part of how we deliver our training. Just-in-time programs, which can be workshops that are customized learning that suits the particular need of a particular department. And peer interaction and advocacy now is where we bring different people to come and share their knowledge and share with each other. Blended learning, we also offer that way. We've got a bit of virtual and as well as, of the e-learning, learning by yourself, then coming to class as well, and field studies. We've seen that there's a massive change in how schools of government are doing training now, and include the immersive learning, making sure people are getting to their hands dirty somewhat, being where the action happens and are able to understand the key problems that are there. We do all this work because of our supporting the professionalization of the public sector. So we've got 5 pillars that we work with, where the pillar 1 is looking at recruitment and selection. We've got programs that support that. We've got induction and onboarding. Once people are employed, we've got programs that help them. Then planning and performance management, we've got programs that also assist with that. And continuous learning and professional development. We need to make sure our public servants don't get to a point where they think they know it all. They must know what's happening out there, the new things. We know what AI is disruptive. What are they doing? How are they changing the way that they're doing? So we bring that into that as well. Pillar 5 is career progression and succession planning. So making sure that we also plan for that, people know what to do. These next couple of slides are just sharing some of the work that we do in picture form. We've got a partnership. I see Huawei is one of your sponsors here. We're working very closely with them in some of bringing the technology into the public service. We've also been working, as I said, on the advanced program, and also working with our international partners, like what we have at Global South Dialogues, where we're working with China, as well the BRICS countries, as we do the different programs. I'm gonna skip through some of this. We also had the public sector trainers forum in March, where we were bringing all the trainers in the public service to tell them and share with them what are the new things that are happening there. There's a nice slide that also of the Economic Governance School while we were here in Kenya last year in October. But we also did what we call public sector development, which is the issues around the boards that we train. So we see that the world is moving more towards the e-government. So there's a lot of things that we need to do. South Africa is trying and doing its best to move up in the rankings around this area. We know that Kenya as well has been doing quite a lot of work in e-government, and it's one of the leading countries as well in this area. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail since I know my 5 minutes is almost up. Digital transformation and innovation. Our president led this by making sure that he commissions the 4th Industrial Revolution. This is a presidential workshop, council, that has been driving and making sure that all public the public entities move forward in this, and they implement digital transformation. And we've been working quite a lot, as well as the school, in driving this, as well as looking at the economic issues that support that. The next slide. We know that part of transformation, what we need to do as the schools of government is to make sure we close the gap on digital issues. We need to build the capacity within the public servants that are doing the work, looking at the issues around the infrastructure, reducing the manual processes that are there, and making sure that public servants embrace the different tools that are now available to them to improve their work, and they're innovative in the way they do things. Next slide talks to kind of programs that we are trying to bring there. We're encouraging the lifelong learning that equip all public servants and leaders into skills. We've been doing quite a lot of AI training, bringing the partners that are more skilled in these areas to come share. We know we are also learning, but the leaders like your Microsoft, they will be the ones that can assist us in developing the right kind of training and tools in fostering these areas of work. Also looking at what has been identified as future skills within our public sector training. We've got what we say PSETA. It does, it's a public service skills and training authority that looks and does his, research and then comes up with the key skills that are needed within the public service. So it says work readiness skills, which is the basics that we know, professionalisms and so on. Basic fundamental human skills or soft skills. We also need leadership and management skill and technological skills. I think this is where we're focusing quite a lot, where we need digital transformation, big data, data analysis, database architecture, all these things that we need to make sure public servants are able to do. And functional or occupational skills like forensic audit, actuarial and risk analysis. These are some of the things that they've set up as key things. So knowing that we don't have all the skills, as I said, we work with the different partners. Microsoft has been very good in assisting us with the AI tools, and we've been doing master classes, detailed master classes along a tip with examples of how people can use that. NEMISA is a national electronic media institute in South Africa. They also work within the digital space. They've brought in programs. A lot of them we've negotiated that they can be free to the public servants, so they don't have to pay for them, and they can connect to that. We've also worked with the University of Chile to bring in digital transformation, as well as earlier in the year, we were working with the RANAPA, which is a Russian school of government as well, where they were sharing digital transformation, as well as we work with World Economic Forum, where they share what is happening in the world. The road ahead for us is that we see ourselves as the NSG as the anchor in making sure that we create networks for learning for the public servants and ensuring that we can build capacity. And we want to shift from compliance to making sure that people are focusing on performance. As we are capacitating them, they need to be looking at what are the different tools do they need to do the work they're doing. And we're making sure that the professionalization is a life cycle. We don't stop, we continue, and we're working with the whole of government, working with different partners as well. And we, as the professionalization framework, we work with the different spheres as well. And we need to make sure we're agile and responsive as government, and digital and social technology transformation there, making sure that our people are have got the right skills. Now, we are positioning ourselves as a school to be the world-class premier institution for public sector education and training, anchored on a coherent curriculum architecture which drives innovation, professionalization, as well as ethical leadership. This will be underpinned by research, robust research, knowledge management, and making sure that we are looking at evidence-based knowledge. Through mentorships, we bring coaching into this space, we bring internships for those that are coming into the public service for the first time. We also want to be a digital innovation lab, which will enable AI-powered learning, simulations, and experimentation. So we are looking at how we infuse that and assist the public servants on doing that. We say that if we're able to do this, we'll be able to create a critical mass of capable, ethical, and professional public servants who treat the citizens with dignity and deliver services in the highest standard, leveraging the technology that is available to them and making sure that it's corrupt-free. That is the presentation. I want to touch on one thing that the Prof said earlier on. As part of what we did earlier with the School of Government, with Kenya School of Government last year is economic governance. Prof, you were here as well. I think you were invited and you did do a presentation at the time. What we see is that as the schools of government, if we come together and create support for public servants to know how to unlock the issues in our economy, especially using our resources in order to enable us to do better. So these were kind of the discussions, what you raised as exporting our natural resources without benefiting them was a key topic there. So we continue working together to try and bring the right kind of discourse and making sure that the public servants know what to do and change the laws that are impeding us from achieving that. Africa needs to trade with each other in order for us to survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for the beautiful presentation. I believe that you're still going to exchange some notes with KSG because yesterday, during your absence, we had something more or less the same from KSG. Thank you. You actually took 21 minutes. Congratulations. Yeah. Actually 21 minutes, which is still okay. It's a learning experience. Now, our next presenter is actually asking me that she's not going to clear 10 minutes. That's what she's told me. We're having Dr. Tahira Mohammed. She's the Regional Partnership and Engagement Head for Drylands Observatory at the International Livestock Research Institute, Ilre, Nairobi, Kenya. Tahira is, she holds a PhD in Development Studies from the University of Sussex in England. She's done research on pastoralist drylands development and social protection in the Horn of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly go to AI and look for her profile. There is a story. I've checked her background and there is a story. Kindly, let's welcome her and help me confirm whether she's going to take 10 minutes. Karibu, Daktari.
Good morning, everyone. And I want to donate 30 seconds of my time for us to stand up and do like a 30-second stretch. We deserve that, I think. Anyone who wants to lead us, just 30-second stretch, or we just do it our own way? Yes, thank you. We have a leader.
Thank you.
Thank you. Initially, I planned to talk about the role of public research in policy and transformation, but because the session is now on resource mobilization, I tweak my presentation to talk about that. First, I really appreciate Kenya's School of Government and congratulate them for reaching this milestone. And thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this discussion today. Picking on Professor's discussion, I want to talk about Africa and what we have. Whenever we go to climate summit or big investment forums, we talk about what we don't have. Finances, technology, innovation, these things. But we rarely talk about what we have. And I want us to think about northern Kenya or even all the rangelands of Africa and what we have. For this, because I come from International Livestock Research Institute, I want to talk about livestock. I know many of us consumed tea this morning, and African tea definitely it has to have a milk. And that milk comes from where? Livestock, right? In Kenya, I had a presentation, but I'll share it with the team later on. In Kenya, livestock contribute 12% to the national GDP, and 40% to agricultural GDP. Take this. And recently, when the national budget was passed, the national budget was 4.1 trillion. And livestock was allocated only 0.01% of that budget. And imagine livestock is contributing 40% to agricultural GDP. So where is the disconnect? We are not looking at the resources we have, how we are going to transform. We can only do that when we make use of the resources we have. Let me also take you back. During colonial period, northern Kenya were considered low potential areas, and the investment were taken to high potential areas. You all know that this ASAL policy came out of that later on to really change that. And because of that low potential investment in infrastructure, water resources, road network were really not taken to that part of Kenya. That's why people say we are marginalized. It's because of that and the investment. That is where marginalization comes from. And then in addition to that, one thing I also want to mention is camel. Many of you, I know you see camel when you go to Mombasa. You come to beach and then camel will take our children and then, you know, they have that thrill event. But then camel, Horn of Africa has really largest camel population, and Kenya is one of the leading countries in camel milk production. And sadly, 50% of the milk produced in Kenya goes to waste. Why? Because there's no infrastructure, there's no energy connection, there is no proper handling and hygiene services. And all of this, I'm just talking about livestock, the animals that we have in our country that can transform our economy. But the good thing is, the current government, through its better bottom-up economic transformation approach, they have a lot of ambition for livestock sector. And for example, Kenya School of Government, I know they hosted a pastoralism conference back in 2024. They supported the Leadership Summit, but also they started a series called Under the Trees. It shows the way they are connecting to pastoral systems, and this, I see a great potential. And I really follow the promises that the government makes for livestock sector. During Madaraka Day, we were celebrating because it was the first time taken to Nordistan in Wajir County. But for me, it was the promises. President promised, like, I think, is it 2 billion? I forgot the figure, but for developing pastoral cooperative systems. Why is this important? Look at the coffee sector, the tea sector. All these sectors have this board that has enabled the farmers and the producers to really grow. But for pastoralists, we don't have that. And even the National Livestock Promotion Services was just established in 2025. And look, the tea board, the coffee board, all this was established in 1940s, 1910, you know, like 100 years ago. So, but then we are only having that today. That means there is hope, livestock can transform. After this background now, let me tell you what ILRI, International Livestock Research, has been doing in terms of livestock. Number one, ILRI is doing a lot of research on developing drought-resistant feed for animals. In Kenya, in 2022-2024 drought, we lost 2.3 million livestock to drought. 2.3 million. You can look for that figure. How many number of livestock we lost between 2020 to 2024 that time? Why did we lose that livestock? Let me paint a picture for you. I hope I'm using my 10 minutes. So let me paint a picture for you. Can anyone guess what is the size of Nairobi in terms of landmass? Any guess? Okay, let me tell you. Nairobi, it's just like 696 kilometers square. And Marsabit, where I come from, it is 67,000 kilometers square. And the population in Marsabit is only 460,000 people. And Nairobi population is 4.39 people. Look, it is less than even 1,000 kilometers. Nairobi is 696. But then pastoralists in northern Kenya and even across the continent make use of that land mass, which is very much variable. The rainfalls are not equal, they are disequilibrium. So it can rain here. Professor was asking me, why are some trees dry, why are some trees wet? Because of the equilibrium nature of the dry land. So you find some trees are green because some of them are invasive species. They cannot necessarily be food material for the animal. So because of that variability, pastoralists try hard, move their animals, water their animals, despite the diseases, make the milk that we have in the supermarket ready for us to consume. So just because of that unproductivity nature of the landscape, and how pastoralists are struggling, and how the government need really to take about the importance of feed. It is the work of the research institutions such as ILRI, Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, and other partners to make sure that the animals have sufficient feed, and this can be done because the government has promised also to invest a lot in feed sector. So what can we do, and how can public service institutions really work with the government and other institutions to make these promises come? And then another thing is one thing that we are planning to do with Kenya School of Government. It is called the Dryland Futures Academy. So what is Dryland Futures Academy? In Kenya, who are the policy makers? Who are the legislators? Who can pass the national budget? They are the MPs, right? Who govern the counties? They are the governors. These are the public servants who are making decisions on behalf of the communities that we want to transform. So the Kenya School of Government and the International Livestock Research Institute, together with the University of Edinburgh, working toward this Dryland Futures Academy. And this academy has 3 pathways. One is leadership training for the policymakers, for the leaders, the governors, but also for the communities. And I really like under the 3 series because it talks to the communities and it brings government to the communities. It makes public accountability system work. That is number 1. Number 2, the academy talks to this learning pathway for students. Let me tell you, when I graduated from my PhD, during my PhD, my family celebrated so much because we don't know of anyone from our county, unless few people who've graduated maybe years ahead who has graduated with a PhD. So it was celebrated. Why? Because my PhD, it was on livestock, on climate change, on livelihood. It is what matters to us. But then you find people doing courses because it is just a course. I'm just going to get a degree. We don't have many people doing range management, livestock nutrition, livestock feeds. Why? And these are the resources. We are always having our mind of scarcity, not abundance. We have resources, to be honest. The largest wind industry in Africa, where is it? Largest wind industry. It's in Marsabit County. Like all these green energies are there. So the second pathway is for students, master's student, PhD student in different universities to learn courses about dryland development, on natural resource management, range management, feeds, and all these livestock related courses, but also other national development issues. The third pathway is what we called summer schools and convening. And this summer school is whereby we select leaders. Let's say if it is a national government representative or different department who make decision on feed and fodder production, and then undergo intensive 1-week training on the importance of feeds, what are the deficits, what are the innovation existing. And these summer schools are really very much intensive action research, whereby you just don't learn, you pick a particular issue. What is the agenda for this government in terms of transforming ASAL area? It is feed production. How can we move from where we are, 2% to 60%? So, this kind of rigorous summer school training is also one of the components that we are going to do. And I am really excited because the future of drylands and the future of food transformation in this country belongs to every one of us. And the school really has a potential because they've lived 100 years. They've really gone through different challenges and opportunities. And we are really excited to collaborate with them and do this work together. So final thing, if I still have 10 minutes. Final thing is one thing I am also really passionate about for dryland development is the component within the Dryland Futures Academy, which is for youth. And this one I called Dryland Scholars Network. It's one of my really flagship idea, whereby Dryland Scholars Network bring together people who've studied and worked in dryland and who really think about the future of dryland, not that negative mentality you see on television, whereby when you see this time you only wait for conflict, livestock raiding, animal disease, but you don't see the potentials, the green energy, the livestock, how the women are making livelihood out of this. And this is what I really want to work together with all of you and really take the dryland to transform Kenya's not only food security, economic security, but also human capital development. Thank you.
Kindly let's clap for her the more. Daktari spared at least 2 minutes for an energizer, and congratulations to all of you. I didn't know that you can bend that much and, you know, stretch that much. And she managed to do it within 12 minutes. Congratulations. Since we are setting a pace, I believe that the next presenter is actually going to make it slightly better than Daktari, because I know she's a HR specialist, a human resource specialist, and I know they manage people. So when we say 10 minutes, I know she's actually going to do it within 10 minutes. Allow me invite CHRP Qureshi Abdullahi. She is from the Institute of Human Resource Management, where she is the executive director. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for her. And again, help me, because it's 11:32, let's say 11:33, starting now, 10 minutes. Karibu.
Thank you so much, and I will jump straight in. My name is Qureshi Abdullahi. I develop talent, leaders who shape organizations and nations. And having said that, this morning when I was told, let's talk about the HR of the 21st century, he mentioned where I work, the Institute of Human Resource Management. We regulate HR professionals. And HR is the foundation of any organization. That is a professional bit, and also from a human capital perspective. I was telling Professor that the paper he presented is 63 years late, but I also assured him that by the time we finish this panel, and for those of you who are in Kenya, and if you follow our President, His Excellency Dr. Ruto, his passion is one. And he said, we are going to reach the first world country within our generation, and it's possible. We don't lack talent. That one I can assure you. And by 2050, not just in terms of population, the skills that the world need, the workforce that the world will need will be in Africa. So now let's move beyond statistics. And I like, Professor and your team, congratulations for the last 100 years. And I know the next 100 years is going to be better. And I speak with confidence because, Professor, I worked most of part of my career in a civil war countries, more than 8 countries. And one country that was close to my heart and I was very passionate about was Somalia. And in 2 minutes, I will share with you something I witnessed in a place called Dinsor. Check AI and you find out where that is. There was a shootout. The expatriates could not leave their residence. And now the guards who were at the hospital had to help in terms of emergencies. And what I have seen, what they have gone through, I asked, why did you do it? And they said, this person only had 2 options. It's either we watch him, he bleeds to death, or we tell him to persevere and we do what we have seen people do when they come here. And that's when I realized they are not just guards. These are people who were in school when civil war happened. And we started a program. And we have grown people from being guards to surgeons. And now practicing doctors, thanks to when now the Turkish government came in. So we are not asking for what is impossible. It's very possible. Now, let me just go straight to the presentation, and I hope it is up there. And I will not take a lot of your time because I'm going to link what Professor has already shared with you and also what Daktari has shared with you, that as a country, what kind of public service do we need to build for us to reach a first world nation in the next 25 years? And the answers I have for you are very simple. And these are things which have already been experimented. I'm not making it up. The first thing is, first of all, nations are built by people, not just resources. And Professor, that is your answer right there. We're not short of resources, we're not short of skills, but we do not have the right skills at the right place. So there's a lot of skills mismatch, and we need to work towards that. And there's a whole ministry of labor and skills development that is dedicated to that, from schools all the way in the workplaces. And how do we work as one through the Kenya School of Government and bring all that together? So let's just underline that. It's not just about resources. It's built by institutions. And those institutions are guided by leaders. Not just any leaders, leaders with integrity, competence, and long-term vision. When we opened this forum and the Minister for Public Service stood here to an address broadcasted to the whole world with what we are doing with our payrolls, I think that has to change. If at all, we must have honest conversations, and this country is not short of institutions, whether it's EACC, DCI, the Public Service Commission, the ministry itself. We have people who can implement. And the shorter time we take to bring the culprits to book, the faster we will move, and we will demonstrate that we're not just saying things, but we want to implement. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, we have a constitution that empowers everyone. But also, this is my favorite bit. We're talking about resources, institutions, leaders, but they do not happen in silos. And all that is delivered by a profession that I'm very passionate about, that is human resource management. From Professor here to Professor Nura to Daktari, all of you have passed through the hand of HR, from hiring all the way to your retirement. And that's why we have to give HR its rightful place within your institution if you want to reach far. There is a famous quote, and I'm sure if you guys read about him all the time, he says, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast," by Peter Drucker. And if you just reflect, and I want you, if you're a leader or an employee, just go back to your strategic plans. You do not have to go outside that. And what I love, and I'm sure as a country we practice, our SPs in the public sector is fed from our vision 2030, the MTPs, depending on where we were, now we are at 4, and then what the administration of the time is driving. This time we have the better agenda. So if all of us just implemented and had a plan that what we said we'll achieve 0 to 30 days and all that is achieved, as a country we will reach far. We've had the statistics. We do not lack land, we do not lack resources, the weather is favorable, and right now it's no longer about dry lands. There is now smart climate issues that are being implemented, and every part we are in, it depends on the mindset we have that we need to put. So what is the new role of HR? While the payroll, recruitment, the policies are all important, we cannot deny the fact that in this era of AI, by then most of us just use it as a buzzword, but it's doing beyond that. Now we even have an AI wakili. I was reading somewhere that someone wanted to use an AI lawyer to represent him in a court of law in one of the countries. Please Google. But here in this country, I know people who have set up an AI hub whereby if you needed information quickly, it can be prepared for you. So your HR, and I want you guys to hold them accountable, and I'm hoping you have the right HR leading your institution. They are now supposed to be the architect of nation capabilities. Why do I say that? It's beyond telling you go for leave, fill in the insurance form, have you done your appraisals? They have, currently the excellency of every country, because I know now this is a regional conversation, every president is the vision carrier, but you need the right skill to ensure your vision is achieved. And if you are a leader, you know that when you have the right skills, you get frustrated. So ensure your HR that you have in place that they're capable of crafting that architecture. And when Prof talked about Northeastern, that they watched the rain, they did not do anything about it, and now they're praying. By the way, we have a whole prayers for rain. Timira, I can tell you that when it's dry, and I can assure you our God hears us. If we pray in the morning, it rains in the evening. But sometimes we have to do better than praying. Where am I getting with that? We're always talking about starvation, famine, but how many of you are aware that the largest belt in East and Central Africa of tuna passes through Kenya? What are we doing with that resource? Yesterday we talked about the fresh waters that many lack. What are we doing with it? So those are the HRs that you must have within your rooms. And if you do not invite them to your tables, then you'll never find out. Institutions must be ethical. And I can never say enough of that. And I just want you, just turn around. I'm not, I'm a social activist in another life, but just see how many people are dressed like me in this room. She talked about the numbers in just Marsabit. When you even marginalize and minorities within your institution, that also tells you what I'm talking about. We must design productive workplaces. And productive workplaces will tell you, Prof, I am also Professor Nura, I'm his student. And I hope I did you proud when he said, come and talk about 21st century HR over a cup of tea. I'm sure you did not expect I will have a presentation. So I hope I have demonstrated the productivity I preach. And one thing I have learned, by the way, as human capital, it is us to build the public trust. When we say we will do this, it's not just about doing. Have we delivered value for it? Is it visible? The Institute is also going to partner with the school under the 3 series. But by the time we leave the 3 days and we go back for the M&E, can the impact be felt? Can we see that we have not wasted 24 hours of our time on the youth, and that we can have a story to tell? Because remember, we're talking about the future. And above all, we must be the champions of innovation. Quickly, I'm going, because I already mentioned I develop talent and leaders, you can see me separately on how to do this. In 5 minutes, I will just take you through what you need to do, the 5 things that we must change as a country to build a public service that is worthy of a first world nation. It's not just on paper, and it starts with hiring for competence, character, and capability. Those 3 must go together. You might have someone who is competent, but 0 character, and also now when you put them to test, they're not even capable of producing anything. So you must know who are you bringing on board, And what is it that you bring in them to handle for you? And I want to move to the second one, which is we must shift from activity to productivity. And again, I will use, because it's the new thing, the Under the 3 series is going to cover all the counties in Kenya. But by the time we are done, Professor and I do not just want to tick how many have we done, but how many people have we impacted, and what is the return on investment of the time we have put. It's as simple as that. It's not the number of meetings we held, it's how many lives we improved. She talked about the livestock and the milks that are going to waste. Have we invested in infrastructure, the right refrigeration? I recently drank yogurt from Bute, which was delivered to my house, and that is because, unfortunately, Daktari, it was an investment by a foreign aid. But what are we doing? We are thankful, but at least people have done something with it. It's not about the reports that you've written. I know by 15th of this July, most of the CEOs, including myself, is expected to upload their PCs. I also expect my team to give me the same reports by 10th. Treasury expects us to submit our financials by 15th. Is it just documents to be submitted to beat deadlines, or it's telling a story that can be implemented within your organization? The third thing we need to do is to build a digital and AI-ready public service. The school, through the partners, have set up a free digital school online. In fact, one of the things I do every weekend, I put 2 hours to learn at my level, because I know, everyone is talking about AI is taking over jobs. No, AI is not taking over your job, but someone who knows to use AI better than you is going to take your job over. So I have to safeguard myself. I have done a leadership course on AI, and now I'm learning how that can be brought home through the public service. So we must have in place a public service that makes government faster, smarter, and citizen-centered. The stories we hear, and we've talked about here, and the school has developed a curriculum with Huduma. Why is it that the service we receive at Huduma centers are quicker than if the same service which were offered at Huduma service, and then I go to the line ministry or the state departments, then it slows me down? Everything is about the timing. And if you miss that opportunity, then recovering it takes a lot of time. So don't just let it not be a hype word. Go back to your job descriptions. You remember when the computers were the in things, the job descriptions had must know computer packages, So have you prepared your workplace for AI ready, or is it still a buzzword? Have you captured in your job descriptions that you want someone who understands AI, okay? The fourth thing, again, something I always stand for, is building ethical leadership. We've normalized corruption, but again, there is a research out there. If we can all be just 3.5 more productive than we are right now, and if we just stick, we don't lack policies in Kenya. We do not lack legislations, but we lack people who will do the abnormal things, which, by the way, should be normal, without you to have to fit in. For me, I have refused to fit in. And I said, I'm not inventing anything. This is in this policy, this is in this legislation, and we must work through that if we need to progress this profession right now where I'm the CEO. And it all goes down to leadership. If we fail at leadership level, we will not get to where we want to be. we have already looked at what was the past, what is the present, and what is the future. And as a country right now, we should be having on what do we need to do, because we're already working with the present. What is it that we need to do in the next 5 years? As I conclude, the reason why the schools around the globe, but more so the Kenya School of Government exists, is we must invest in continuous learning. You know, everything we are saying here requires reskilling, retooling, but if you're not doing that, if we're not investing in that, and this podium I'm standing during the Productivity and Performance Conference, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto said, we must invest in human capital development. And even as we invest, we have to ensure that we are investing in continuous learning. That by now I expect the acts, the sections that the professor talked about, we've all looked up into it. If you have friends in Treasury, Agriculture, you've already sent it to them so that they see what is it that they can do with it from midday to day. Allow me to just read as they are on the new HR agenda. Workforce planning that is linked to national priority. Do you need to retool, reskill, redirect the current talent you have based on the direction we are going as a nation? Develop future skills that we need as a nation. Work on performance and productivity management. Employee well-being and resilience, by the way, that should not be left out. Leadership successions across government, ethical culture transformation, digital workforce transformation, and data-driven people decisions. And the good news is all that, you will find it in this Kenya School of Government. You're not going to reinvent the wheel. You can also come to the Institute. By the way, this month we are celebrating HR Month. The Institute was formed in July 1987, and we have a whole month celebrations that we have listed. I call upon to every leader in this room, invest in the HR department, and you will get the human capital that you need to drive this nation and your organizations to the next level. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better than that when it comes to clapping for the HR. You know, the good thing with HR is that HR has the authority to hire and fire, the authority to promote and demote. And thank you, she's actually done it in 10 minutes time is 2 + 1. For those people who did board bus, 10 minutes time is 2 + 1. So CHRP Guresha Abdullahi, I couldn't stop you, I couldn't stand besides you because of the roles and responsibilities of HR. Hiring and they have the authority and the mandate. Now, we are coming to the last speaker, and the last speaker is actually going to be 2 speakers in one. The 2 speakers in one, ladies and gentlemen, is a team from Angola. We have the CEO of National School of Administration and Public Policies, Mr. Osmar dos Santos. He's going to be our main presenter, and I want to believe that he's going to speak in a language which is going to be amiable to each and every one of us. Equally beside him, we have the head of economic sector of the Angolan embassy in Kenya. We have a diplomat in the house. Makofi kwake tafadhali. And again, it's very interesting when you're, in a race platform and you request people to clap and you see some people not clapping. It's either that they don't want to clap or they've not had the request. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Courtesy to the fact that we have a diplomatic corps in the house, I will not give them the time limit of the 10 minutes, but I want to believe that they have learned from the others who've taken 10 minutes. All right? But I will not give them 10 minutes. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I speak in Portuguese, and my Mr. Matumina translating my presentation. Okay.
Thank you. I have this one.
Em primeiro lugar, Angola quer agradecer o convite que foi feito pela Escola do Governo do Quênia.
So, first of all, we want to thank for the invitations from the KSG, School of Kenyan Government. Thank you.
E por participarmos dessas festividades dos 100 anos da escola.
And we are also very grateful to participate in this event.
Em nome dos meus superiores, o nosso Presidente da República e a nossa Ministra da Administração Pública, Trabalho e Segurança Social, queremos endereçar mais uma vez os nossos parabéns pelos 100 anos da Escola do Quênia.
And in the name of our President and also the Minister of Administrations, we want to thank and we want also to congratulate for the events here in KSG.
Agora, falando pouco sobre a experiência de Angola, nós vamos fazer aqui recuo até 1975, que é o ano da independência do nosso país.
So, speaking about Angola, we want to present Angola since 1975, the year of the Angolan independence.
A conquista da independência em 1975 representou a libertação de um povo e a abertura de um caminho para a construção de uma Angola soberana e próspera.
So, for us, conquer the independence, it represents the freedom of the Angolan people and conquer also the liberation and also the possibility to develop our country.
Desde então, o nosso governo tem dedicado esforços para consolidar os valores que sustentam a nossa república.
And since there, we force ourselves to implement all technical and strategies to develop our country.
Com foco na unidade nacional, na justiça social e no desenvolvimento sustentável.
And we focus in a national integrations and social development and develop the sustainable of the people in Angola.
Este ano, Angola fará 51 anos de independência.
This year, we will turn 51 years of independence.
E o compromisso do nosso governo é continuar a capacitar e desenvolver esforço para a formação de quadros de excelências a nível da administração pública.
And for us, our challenge is continue to develop our public administrations.
Por este motivo, o governo uniu as escolas de formação de capacitação dos quadros da administração pública.
And because of that, the Angolan government decided to join the old school of public administrations.
E em 2019 surgiu a ENAP.
And 2019 we promote and create the ENAP.
Por via do decreto presidencial número 18/19 de 10 de janeiro.
Under the decree, come again?
Por via do decreto número 18/19 de 10 de janeiro.
Under the decree number 18 from January.
Okay. A ENAP tem sido uma referência na promoção de competências indispensáveis para a construção de uma administração pública eficiente.
So, ENAP, who is the Angola School of Government, continue to emphasize the all strategy to develop the administrations public in Angola.
A Política Nacional de Quadros,
The international public strategic
é dos pilares dessa trajetória de desempenho e desempenha papel fundamental na capacitação e valorização do capital humano.
Is the scope of the strategy and work to develop the all strategic for the human capital.
Por isso, o nosso presidente da República,
and because of that, our president,
no seu discurso sobre o Estado da Nação em 2024,
in your speech of the national presentations,
ele faz referência à capacitação dos quadros.
He speak about the capacity of the public workers,
na qual passo a citar.
And we will mention that.
Apesar do esforço feito, ainda temos caminho longo a percorrer no que respeita à atualização das categorias na administração pública.
So, even though we force ourselves for make it better, we still have so many challenges to show ourselves in better way for organize our country.
E precisamos de investir mais na formação contínua do pessoal.
And we need to invest more for the formations and informations.
Entre 2023 e o primeiro semestre do corrente ano,
in 2023 and this year,
foram realizadas ações de formações que abrangeram cerca de 80 mil quadros da administração pública.
We form more than 8 people from the administration public administration.
Nesse domínio temos de implementar com rigor.
In this scope, we need to implement
as regras sobre a formação inicial para todos que ingressam na administração pública.
The rule of the implementations for the all people who join the public administration.
Fim de citação.
Full stop.
Por via do decreto 208/20, a ENAP também gere os concursos públicos, a admissão dos quadros da administração pública, dos funcionários na administração pública.
So, under our decretes, ENAP, the School of Governments, also have the responsibility to create the condition to receive the all workers for the administration public, the public administrations.
Okay. Sendo o foco do governo a capacitação dos quadros da administração pública,
is the compromise of the government to capacitate all public administrations.
Okay. Há uma estratégia de formação dos funcionários públicos, na qual passo a mencionar, que abrange desde os altos dirigentes até os técnicos base da administração pública.
There is a strategy from the Angolan School of Government to teach and realize the all formation from the basic and the higher level.
Formamos para a alta liderança a nível da administração central e local do Estado.
We teach for the leadership.
Formações obrigatórias também a nível da administração central e local do Estado, para quadros superiores.
We have our mandatory formations for the high levels.
Formação em administração e finanças.
the formation for administration and finance,
em contratação pública
and public contract,
e também formamos o setor empresarial público e privado.
and also the emphasize public.
Ok. Nosso governo está comprometido com a capacitação e transformação do capital humano em Angola.
Our government is in a compromise to develop our formations and also make it a better way to administrate the Angolan government.
Por via da Escola Nacional de Administração e Políticas Públicas.
From the Angola National School of Government.
Thank you.
Karib, thank you. Asante. So, now I'm not a translator. My name is Antonio Matomina from the Angola Embassy. Okay. Portuguese is our national language, and because of that, we force ourselves in everywhere we go to speak in Portuguese, and also find a way to translate and make easier for the other people to understand, even though English is not our first language. I hope everyone can understand what we explained here, but also I want to say and to add that Angola National School and Kenyan School of Government now working together to see how we can emphasize and also develop our relations between two countries, and also make our leaders from the two countries to work better for our people. For us, as a diplomat, what we need to be is a bridge for all that strategy can help. On 2023, our president was here and signed 11 agreements with Kenya. And I also want to say, Professor, thank you for your presentations and all the colleagues for the panel. Okay, we also work deeply with the African continental trades, and we know that we need to work more on that, but we have some results. We have some results, and I also want to say that we start to work on it in 2019, and also in 2021, we signed the agreement to start to share the resource between African countries. Here in Kenya, we also export avocado, we export fruits. From Kenya, we receive flour. Kenya is very good in flour, and we receive flour, and we want to receive any more resources from Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The team from Angola, they actually did it within 9 minutes. The CEO did it within 9 minutes, and it was a translation. Makofi kwao. I think for them, they normally say obrigado. Obrigado stands for thank you. And let's give them a hearty handshake. Not handshake, but hand clap. We had anticipated to do it by 12 noon, but we must seek for your apologies because it's 10 minutes past 12. What must happen will always happen, despite the fact that we're trying as much as we can. We don't want to take so much of your time. I want to believe that we had some very good panels, makofi kwao. We had some very good presenters, makofi kwao. And we had some very good listeners, makofi kwenu. The reason is why I'm saying that, Bwana DG, is that I don't expect any question. That is why I'm saying we had good presenters, we had good panel, and we had good students. Lastly, it's been my pleasure, moderating the panel. Thank you, team, for the respect of time and for the respect of, the information which you've shared. Buona DG, on personal grounds, not from the office and from the office again, congratulations on your 100. May the good Lord bless you. May you live to see another 100 so that your vision will be realized. We know what we've done in the last 100, and we believe that we are going to, make this happen in the next 100. Madam MC, where was she? She was... Oh, karibu sana, asante sana.
A round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Geoffrey Rono. Asanteni sana to our able panelists for your insights and the spirit of collaboration across Africa. I always say this is a true example of why Africa, we need a unifying language. Imagine we are over 1 billion people and we speak languages that we cannot understand. And Swahili has grown in popularity, so I'm here to drum up support for Swahili. So far, 200 million people in Africa speak Swahili. And thanks to countries like South Africa, I know Swahili is trying to make an entry into schools. So there's an opportunity, and I believe this is the time. So just an overview. I know we had said we'll take a break for tea earlier on, but we have adjusted so that we can finish everything all at once. And when we break completely. So allow me to first recognize and also welcome the Director General, Professor Noura Mohammed. Thank you very much for making time to be with us. I know you're a busy person. And to please also ask you to come on stage and give a gift to our panelist and our moderator. Tulisema hapa KSG, we say it with M-Pesa. We don't just say empty thank you. And I would also love to call upon Dr. Priska, Director of Partnership and Collaboration, to assist with that. And as she comes on stage, I would like to recognize the presence of public servants who are watching us across the country online. Thank you for your participation. We are receiving your feedback loud and clear. You are enjoying the panelists, you are enjoying the conversations. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation. Remember to drop a comment on that live feed, #pamoja, mia moja pamoja, and let's keep the conversation of KSG at 100 going. A round of applause as they receive their gift.
Thank you very much. I'll go in order, and I'll start with the team from Angola. Please, sir. Our attaché from the Angolan embassy, please. Professor Nick Wanjohi. There is one, it's down here. We have Ms. Findile from South Africa. Dr. Tahira.
The thank you.
And South Africa is also reciprocating. Beautiful, thank you. As she mentioned, we are partners and we've been working closely together. So we have Dr. Tahira. And since we consider Ms. Kuresha as part of KSG, we have Ms. Kuresha Abdullahi. You know, those who come from home come last. And last but not least, for this segment, we also have Ms. Elaine, who accompanied the team from Angola. Miss Elaine, I don't know whether she has stepped out. Yes. In Portuguese. Muito obrigada, Elaine. And to our able moderator, Mr. Rono. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A round of applause as they leave the stage. Asanteni sana for your time. And as they do that, I would like to call on our next speaker and facilitator. Let me call him a facilitator. Director Humphrey Mukaya, who's a senior faculty here at KSG and has been the official rapporteur, for lack of a better word, for these celebrations, to give us a summary of all that has been discussed. To give us a summary of all that has been discussed. And before we do that, we can have the choir give us a song, but don't leave. Afterwards, we still want a bit of entertainment from you guys. You're really excellent.
Wakenya wote tegeni masikio, kunalo jambo lazima tukumbushane. Uhuru wetu tunaosherehekea ulipatikana kwa juhudi za wazalendo wa kale. Tujitahidi usiku na mchana, umoja wetu uzidi kuimarika. Twajivunia Kenya taifa letu, uchumi wetu uzidi kuimarika zaidi. Mzalendo hapendi ukabila, mzalendo hapendi ufisadi, mzalendo hafanyi ugaidi, hujitolea kuilinda nchi yetu ya Kenya. Yetu. Wakenya wote tushikane mkono, umoja wetu uzidi kuimarika. Twajivunia Kenya taifa letu, na urithi wetu makao ya milele daima. Yetu. Kwa moyo wote daima na milele. Oye, tushangilie. Watu wote watu wote kutoka Uganda na DG wetu, pongezi sana wageni wetu, mjisikie nyumbani. MC wetu, pongezi kwako. Director wetu, Bwana Mkaya, director wetu.
Asanteni sana KSG Choir. A proper round of applause. Karibu sana Director Humphrey for the report.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Resian. The Director General of Kenya School of Government, Professor Nura Mohammed, distinguished delegates attending this high-level dialogue, KSG fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, I convey my midday greetings. Professor Nura Mohammed, allow me to just first acknowledge that Professor Nick Wanjohi was my lecturer in my undergraduate studies, and the conviction and passion that you see in his presentation was instilled in us, and we do what we do with the same kind of conviction and passion. Let's give Professor Nick Wanjohi a clap, please. With your permission again, DG, allow me to acknowledge the team that we worked with. We had January Simbada right behind there. We have Fatma Amiyo, who is right here. We had Eflin Okoth, who is right behind there. Brian Obiero, and today in the morning we were joined by Eunice Weveti. So that is the rapporteuring team. And Professor, in the spirit of team effort and also in the spirit of building our future leaders, I will ask my colleague, Fatma Amiyo, to read the communique for us, and it will not take more than 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. The Kenya School of Government, in its centenary celebrations, organized this high policy dialogue on building national wealth and global competitiveness, themed precursor to National Conference on Kenya's Journey to First World Status at this campus from 6th to 8th July 2026. The overall objective of the dialogue was to initiate policy discourse on catalytic approaches geared towards building a national wealth and global competitiveness. Specifically, the dialogue aimed to discuss the journey to transform Kenya to first world status, interrogate the policy framework and shifts necessary for transformation, and articulate resource mobilization strategies expected to drive this agenda. The dialogue sessions were driven by keynote addresses, panel discussions, and plenary sessions. Delegates included the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs, Principal Secretaries, the Governor of Kisumu County Government, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and high-level technocrats from across countries in Africa. At the conclusion of the dialogue sessions, the following communique was released. Inspired by His Excellency President Dr. William Ruto's bold roadmap to transform Kenya into a first world economy and the quest to build national wealth and assure the country's global competitiveness, captivated by the clarion call by the President, urging public servants not to be at peace with mediocrity, acknowledging that the imperative for building national wealth and global competitiveness requires robust conversations by policymakers, scholars, practitioners, private sector, and stakeholders to discuss pathways for bridging gaps and recommend policy reforms. Realizing that the Republic of Singapore, Malaysia, and Republic of South Korea achieved first world status within a generation. Cognizant of the need for comparative case analysis of these countries and other developed countries, appreciating that Kenya's development planning necessitates robust definition of the root challenge of our maldevelopment, and recalling that development planning requires highly scientific and time-bound strategies, asserting that Kenya stands at a crossroad, grappling with complex, multidimensional challenges that demand visionary, ethical, and capable leadership, and quality institutions capable of confronting these pressing challenges. Underscoring government reforms wherein discipline becomes a central pillar in public service delivery, noting the centrality of good governance and visionary leadership that advances the common good, the institutionalization of poverty reduction and social protection measures, innovation-driven development, citizen engagement and ownership as integral pillars of the national development agenda. Realizing that the quality of education offered in a country plays a salient role in the development trajectory of the nation. Cognizant that policy shifts are necessary for standardized education infrastructure across the country and systems that spur social economic transformation through vibrant industrial sector. Emphasizing the importance of mainstreaming integrity and moral fiber in the citizenry alongside the incorporation of local culture and heritage of the society. Reiterating the necessity to enhance institutional capability and accountability, policy coherence, implementation of discipline, and unwavering commitment to prudent utilization of national resources. Acknowledging the imperative of transition from expenditure to wealth creation, from government-centered planning to private sector-led growth, from sector planning to integrated planning, and from reactive planning to strategic foresight and predictive policy forecasting. Highlighting that national planning must shift from national to global competitiveness, expand productive capacity across the economy, and foster public-private partnerships, as well as economic diversification. Averring that the central question is no longer how to produce development plans, but how planning can systematically generate productivity, competitiveness, jobs, and shared prosperity. Advocating for investment strategies that foster economic value, financial sustainability, and intergenerational equity. Noting that fragmented planning, disconnected implementation, and institutional silos undermine sustainable development outcomes. Emphasizing the need to strengthen whole of government and whole of society approach, alignment of national, sectoral, and county plans within a robust result-based management and performance management systems. Noting the need for integrated national investment planning through alignment of Vision 2030, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the medium-term plans, and county investment priorities within a single results framework. Acknowledging the need for institutionalization of rigorous project appraisal, value for money analysis, and life cycle asset management across all public investments. Proposing the expansion of innovative financing mechanisms through public-private partnerships, blended finance, and long-term institutional investors to reduce fiscal pressures, rationalization of government investment portfolio through divestiture from non-strategic assets, and reinvestment in high productive sectors with strong multiplier effects. Noting that School of Governments must be responsive to changing needs of governments and public service challenges, be anchored in robust legal frameworks to accord stability and security to their mandates, and base training on established capacity building frameworks as well as training needs assessment, recommending training programs on ethics, integrity, and accountability, and enhanced capabilities in resilience and lifelong learning, averring that schools of governments need to leverage on strategic partnerships and collaborations, undertake joint research and faculty exchange, and generate more evidence-based policy advisory. Realizing that creation and accumulation of national wealth demand full and continuous engagement in production and extraction of large volumes of raw material, conversion of raw materials into finished products, manufacturing large volumes of finished goods. Appreciating the need to shed off the colonial mindset of simply producing raw materials and accelerate agricultural revolution, and affirming that Africa has an opportunity to build resilient, innovative, and future-ready public institutions through stronger regional collaboration, knowledge exchange, and learning. We, the delegates to this high policy dialogue on building national wealth and global competitiveness, resolve as follows. Number one, shift national planning from managing the economy to building competitiveness by prioritizing strategic foresight, policy agility, and anticipatory planning with a deliberate progression towards global competitiveness over time. Number two, strengthen the governance of key public institutions by prioritizing high-level, demand-driven capacity building programs aimed at improving public sector institutional accountability. Number three, institutionalize a whole-of-government approach anchored in discipline and evidence-driven approaches and fostering a national culture of meritocracy, transparency, and accountability. Number four, build globally competitive human capital through innovation, digital skills, and applied research to align workforce capability with the demands of a competitive global economy. Number five, accelerate structural economic transformation by expanding manufacturing, value addition, and service industries as the core engines of building national wealth, productivity, and global competitiveness. Number six, deepen international industrial and trade partnerships by advancing manufacturing, technology transfer, and infrastructure collaboration with developed economies, while harnessing regional integration to expand export markets. Number seven, enhance the knowledge and infrastructure capabilities of technical and vocational education and training institutions to produce a high-skilled workforce needed for industrialization, innovation, productivity, and sustainable growth. Number eight, position productivity as a central national performance indicator applied consistently across the public sector, reinforced by robust monitoring and performance systems that ensure every public investment delivers measurable economic and social returns. Number nine, strengthen economic diplomacy and international trade as a core pillar of national competitiveness and accelerate reforms to reduce trade barriers, improve regulatory coordination, and ease of doing business. And the last one, number 10, recommend development of policies, laws, and structures that comprehensively mobilize natural resources to catalyze agricultural revolution as a prerequisite for industrial revolution and wealth creation. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Fatma. We submit. Asanteni sana.
That was very well summarized. A round of applause as they take their seats. We're nearing the end of our celebrations today, but it will not be a complete celebration without the presence of the visionary behind what we have here today. 100 years or more would not be possible without the man behind this vision. So I will ask you to be upstanding to help me welcome on stage the Director General, Kenya School of Government, Professor Noura Mohammed, for his address. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much. You can please get seated. I think that the report which has just been presented was well summarized, and I want to take this opportunity to really appreciate Director Mokaya's team for putting together that very highly summarized but very rich in terms of the way forward for the government, and we'll forward that to His Excellency the President. Let me also appreciate all of us here for skipping tea break so that then we can be able to finish at once and then we proceed for lunch. Distinguished speakers and panelists, heads and representatives of schools of government from Africa, our partners, senior government leaders present, management and staff of the Kenya School of Government, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we come to the close of this high-level policy dialogue on building national wealth and global competitiveness, allow me on behalf of Kenya School of Government to express our sincere appreciation to each and every one of us here for your active participation, thoughtful contributions, and steadfast commitment to shaping the Kenya's future. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged in a very candid, evidence-based and forward-looking discussion on how Kenya can deliberately build national wealth, strengthen its global competitiveness, and ultimately, as Excellency President said, attain the first world class. The caliber of participation, the richness of our deliberation, and diversity of our perspective represented here, including a very rich contribution from our sister schools of government across Africa, have reinforced the importance of bringing together government, academia, the private sector, development partners, and the regional and international community to address complex national challenges through informed dialogue, comparative learning, and shared experience. Great people, as the Kenya School of Government marks 100 years of the service to our nation, it is fitting that our centenary is defined not by celebrating our remarkable legacy, but also by shaping the Kenya's future. For a century now, the school has evolved from preparing the local administrators to developing leaders, and today building the capabilities of the required for a modern, responsive, innovative, and high-performing public service. This dialogue has reminded us that the challenge before us is no longer simply one of managing the development, but it is one of driving the transformation. Indeed, one of the clearest messages to emerge from our deliberation is that Kenya's aspiration cannot be realized through business as usual. We must embrace a new development paradigm, one that shifts from our focus from expenditure to wealth creation, from fragmented implementation to all of the government and all of society approach, from reactive planning to strategic foresight, and from competing nationally to competing globally. And that is why His Excellency President said that we should not be at peace with mediocrity, so therefore then we must move our public service to a level where we'll be transforming our nation and moving our country from the third world country to the first world country. Our discussions have demonstrated that countries that we admire, such as the Republic of Singapore, Republic of Korea, and Malaysia, did not transform by chance. Their progress was anchored on visionary leadership, disciplined implementation, and strong institutions, strategic investment in people, and unwavering national commitment to excellence. While Kenya's journey will be uniquely our own, these experiences provide valuable lessons as we chart our pathway towards sustained prosperity. Great people, throughout this dialogue, we have repeatedly been reminded that institutions transform nations, but again, people transform institutions. Policies do not implement itself. Institutions do not reform themselves. Economies do not transform themselves. It is leaders equipped with the right values, capabilities, knowledge, and the vision who convert our national inspiration to a measurable progress. And that is why today leadership development remains central to national transformation. And that is why, as here, the Kenya School of Government will continue to invest in preparing leaders who can anticipate change, navigate complexity, inspire innovation, and deliver results. The communique just read here, adopted today, captures the collective wisdom of our deliberation. It provides a strong foundation for the next phase of the national conversation on Kenya's journey toward the first world status. And that was what was said during the National Productivity and Performance Management Conference here by the SRC, where clearly stated that, you know, the National Productivity Index, the Labor National Productivity Index for the Singapore was about $140,000. But then for Kenya is about $7,000, $8,000, which is therefore then translating to what one Singaporean's, you know, worker can do, then 15 Kenyans then are the ones, you know, will do. That means one Singaporean to 15 public servants. One public servant from Singapore then translating to the 15. If then we scale up our productivity level to that one of Singapore, then we can be able to generate our revenue, move our revenue from 4 trillion currently to about 131 trillion, if then we now inspire our productivity to that level. The communique therefore then clearly shows that it is true value of that aspect of leadership will be measured by what we can do next. For the Kenya School of Government, therefore, these deliberations are more than a source of insight. They reiterate our mandate and sharpen our responsibility. Going forward, as the Kenya School of Government, we commit ourselves to the following priorities. One, we will integrate the insights and the recommendation emerging from this dialogue into our leadership and executive development programs, ensuring that our leaders are equipped with the competencies required to drive productivity, competitiveness, innovation, and national wealth creation. Second, we will continue to strengthen our role as trusted convener of strategic national priority and policy dialogue, providing platform where government, academia, private sector, development partners, and other stakeholders can collectively examine the complex issues shaping the Kenya's future. Third, we will deepen our work in strategic foresight, comparative policy, research, and collaboration with the schools of government across Africa and beyond, recognizing that many of our governance challenges are shared, that our solutions are strengthened through partnership, collaboration, co-creation, and knowledge exchange, and also the mutual learning. The Kenya School of Government, therefore, is steadfast in its commitment to support the government through the strategic thought leadership, capacity development, research, and policy advisory as this important national agenda progresses. Great people, once again, the presence of our sister schools of government in Africa and representatives from across the continent has been a source of immense value to this dialogue. Your participation clearly reflects our commitment and shared conviction that capable institutions and transformational leadership are indispensable to to Africa's development. We look forward to deepening our collaboration through joint research, faculty exchange, comparative learning, and co-creation of innovative approaches to the public sector leadership and governance across our continent. History reminds us that great nations are transformed through ambitions, through courageous leadership, through sound policy, public policy, capable institution, disciplined implementation, and citizens united behind a common national purpose. As we leave this dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, let us carry with us not only new ideas, but also renewed determination to translate those ideas into action, to build institutions that perform, policies that deliver, leaders who inspire confidence, and public service that serves as a catalyst for the national prosperity. This dialogue, therefore, was convened and also conceived as a precursor, not a conclusion. The conversation may end today, but the work of transforming our nation continues. Let us therefore move forward with a shared commitment to turning the ideas we have discussed into practical reforms, measurable outcomes, and lasting national impact. Allow me to convey my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers and the panelists for sharing their invaluable expertise, to our regional and international delegates for enriching this dialogue through a comparative perspective and shared experiences, to our partners for their continued collaboration, to our rapporteurs for diligently capturing the outcome of the deliberation which has been discussed here and presented here, and to every participant whose engagement has made this deliberation and the dialogue a resounding success. I also commend the organizing committee and the staff of the Kenya School of Government for their professionalism, dedication, commitment, passion, and excellence in delivering this landmark event. As we embark on the school's second century of service, we renew our commitment to empowering the public service, strengthening institutions, advancing evidence-based policy, and also developing a transformational leaders who will drive Kenya towards the national wealth and global competitiveness. On behalf of the Kenya School of Government, I thank you all for your invaluable contribution to this historic dialogue, and we look forward to continuing this journey together as partners in building prosperous, globally competitive, resilient, and the future-ready Kenya. Thank you all, and God bless you, and thank you so much.
A round of applause. Please do not leave, Prof. I would like to ask of you to give the final gift of these celebrations to Mr. Director Humphrey Mokaya for a well-captured report that has pretty much summarized everything. A round of applause as he comes. And we will also be having a brief photo session. I will welcome the KSG choir to support me in that as the pictures are being taken. They will be engaging us and entertaining us with their music. So the first picture will be of the Director General and KSG staff, including KSG senior management from the other campuses. That includes Embu, Mombasa, Matuga, and Baringo. Please come on stage for a picture. Please, photographers, you can direct how you want them to stand. Maybe some will be up, some will be down. The next picture we'll take with the Director General, with his esteemed guests, the panelists, and then we go on like that. Please do not leave just yet. If you're not called for the pictures, we'll take one picture with everybody. So first is a Director General with the KSG team from the main campus and across the region.
That's what we were telling them. That's what she's trying, but it's the people Let me tell you, they're really many. Just say, first of all, if you would agree, but now it's too late. This is everybody. They've all come. Nobody wants to be left behind. That's why, because I think in their minds, if they don't take this one, then it will not win.
So what we'll do, we will work backwards. We will ask now some to sit, for those from the main campus to remain. Those from
There'll be
Matuga.
photos with every campus. There'll be a photo with each campus, but it's okay.
Let them just
Somehow. It's too wide. It's too wide. No way. So, madam, there'll be another photo of each campus.
Are we good? Smile. You're all too serious. I know you're tired. A little smile for the camera. And then we will now do subtraction. Please, let's have the Director General with the... with the KSG main campus. Please, the rapporteurs, the guests from Angola, from South Africa, from Botswana, we have from Somaliland, those who were our panelists, please step on stage to take a picture with Director General. As the rest take their seats, I would like to welcome our guests from across the region to take the next picture. All right, next we will move to the campuses. A picture with the Director General and Baringo campus. Please step on stage. Thank you, our valued guests. Please take your seats as Baringo goes on stage for their picture, followed by Embu.
Usachamene kuti ndindinine wendi chaku tungamira. Usachame tungamira mira mira tungamira mira mira.
Embu is next.
Usachamene kuti ndindinine wendi chaku tungamira. Usachame tungamira mira mira tungamira oh mira mira gararisa gararisa tungamira amira mira tungamira mira amira.
Next, we have Matuga, followed by Mombasa campus. Please line up here as we wait for them to exit the stage.
Usilie usilie kuongoza ngoza ngoza kuongoza ngoza ongoza gararisa gararisa tungamira mira mira.
Next are the institutes. Wait for Noah Kabeta.
Mira.
What time am I calling the main campus after all?
Usechemene kuti ndindinine wendi chakutunga mira. Usecheme tunga mira mira Garissa. Oh, Garissa.
Next is Lower Kabete. Please line up.
Tunga mira, mira, amira. Tunga mira, mira, mira. Tunga mira, mira, mira. Tunajivunia.
Lower Kabete is next. Please step closer to the stage.
Tunajivunia. Tunajivunia.
Next.
Ae. Ae. Tazama porini simba aguruma. Tazama porini simba aguruma. Ae, oh Kenya yangu, nchi yangu. Ae. Ziwa la Bogoria linashangaza. Ziwa la Bogoria linashangaza. Ae, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu. Ae, oh Kenya. Ziwa la Victoria.
Then there is one with SMC class.
Tanzania, Ziwa la Victoria. Uganda, Kenya. Ae, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu. Ae. Oh, mlima wa Kenya, waona barafu wataliwa. Mlima wa Kenya,
Some can go up the stage. There are too many. Some can go up the stage. Please go up the stage. The taller ones, go up the stage. Completely up. Yes.
Oh, fika Mombasa mwitu. Fika Mombasa. Ae, oh Kenya yangu, nchi yangu. Ae, oh Kenya yangu, nchi yangu. Oh, na wananchi wapenda ugali na sukuma. Oh, na wananchi
There's a photo request for a former employee with the DG. I don't have that. Please, Bwana DG, don't sit down. We have one with Mr. Kawahome. Just 1 minute. And please liaise. Next is with directors at the headquarters. Headquarters, Kenya School of Government. All directors at the headquarters, Kenya School of Government. For the next picture. Directors. Or directors from across the schools. Directors from across the schools. My bad. Not the headquarters.
Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, yangu.
The best person to lead.
Shukuru Mungu Baba Mwenyezi.
We have the leadership program for national transformation. Please.
Twakushukuru Mungu Baba Mwenyezi.
Wow, a proper round of applause. Thank you very much. That was such a wonderful way to end centenary celebrations here at the Kenya School of Government. The last 3 days have been very eventful. Thanks to your participation, the last 100 years are complete. We now begin the next 100 of national transformation and leadership. And one take home that I'm going to carry that has really been emphasized during the last 3 days is a place of education. The kind of educations that gets us questioning the foundations we have or have inherited as this country, and whether they are working for the Mwananchi or not. Education that questions and asks the difficult questions in boardrooms where policies are implemented. The kind of educations that reminds us to value ourselves as Africans and the resource we are first as a people and the resources we possess from what nature has given to us. So we are living here with a call to action to be that person, be that Kenyan, be that African who is worthy and proud of who they are. The place of culture, which I had mentioned in terms of how it has played a role to me in advancing Asia. So we are a people who are valuable. We are a people who are honorable. We are a people who are resourceful. And Kenyans are known across the board for how hardworking and relentless they are. So let us put this to good action, as has been captured by the rapporteurs and all the panelists who have been on this stage. It is my great pleasure to have been your host throughout the 3 days. I wish you a wonderful week ahead. Until next time, my name is Risian Labai.
100 years of shaping leaders. 100 years of strengthening institutions. 100 years of transforming public service.
The public service of Kenya should reward results, not routine. Impact, not attendance. We must stop measuring time spent and start measuring value created. What matters is not how long a public servant sits at the
Tuchungilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu.